Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, today marks the end of this ordinary session. That's the fourth ordinary session of the Assembly in the 2024 legislative year, often referred to as the longest and busiest session of the Assembly. This was precisely a 6-week ordinary session with lots of businesses, prominent among which was the consideration and approval of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia for the fiscal year 2025 after thorough scrutiny. The session also witnessed first and second reading of some important bills by honorable ministers for consideration by the Assembly, including motions and reports. Honorable members, as has always been said, the business of the plenary assembly can never be exhausted. We will therefore today start the motion on the adjournment debate to adjourn this ordinary session, signed die. Therefore, I wish to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President, and all honorable ministers here in present to attend this very important sitting of the Assembly, being the adjournment debate. This is a unique sitting of the Assembly at the end of each ordinary session, allowing honorable members the opportunity to discuss and debate on cross-cutting issues, which of course requires the attention of the executive. Appropriate time of the debate, I will invite His Excellency the Vice President and honorable ministers to participate in the debate and respond to issues raised regarding their portfolios. Honorable members, as we temporarily suspend our legislative proceedings, it is both an honor and a duty as the Honorable Speaker to offer a few words. Honorable members, our parliamentary journey over the course of this session manifests our collective commitment to the betterment of our society. We have grappled with complex issues, navigated the ebbs and flows of politics, and made decisions that would impact the lives of our constituents for years to come. Honorable members, during this session, we have sought to address the pressing concerns of our time, from economic challenges to environmental crises, from social justice issues to safeguarding of our liberties. Honorable members, this session also witnessed the retirement of former clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Momodou A. Sise, from active service after decades of dedicated and selfless services to this Assembly and the country, and the appointment of our new clerk, Mr. Khalifa Mbai, We thank the former clerk and wish him well, and in the same vein, welcome and wish our new clerk, Honorable Khalifa Mbai, well and wisdom to steer the affairs of this great institution of Parliament. Our prayers are with him. Honorable members, as we adjourn this session, I encourage each of us to reflect on the work we have accomplished during this session and the work that lies ahead. Let us continue to engage with our constituents, seek their feedback, and work collaboratively across party lines for the greater good of our nation. Finally, honorable members, I want to express my appreciation for your commitment, passion, and dedication to the service of our country. As we adjourn, let us carry forward the lessons learned, the bonds forged, and the spirit of cooperation that defines our democratic institution. Together, we can build a better future for all of us. I thank you. Clerk, may we proceed?
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 20th December 2024.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 20th December 2024 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Honorable member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move a motion for the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 20th December 2024 be corrected and approved.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyani. Any seconder honorable members? Honorable Member for Kiang Central.
Hello. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang Central. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 29 December 2024 be considered and approved. Honorable members, we all have copies of the said record of votes and proceedings. And as usual, we look through it page by page, beginning with page 1, to be followed by your comments and observations. Page 1. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the first paragraph, it says in the afternoon. 11 o'clock in the morning, instead of in the afternoon, huh? Yes. You've seen it. Yes. And also on the prayers, the second line, it says Thursday. That one is correct. Thank you.
Any more comments on page 1, honorable members? Honorable members, we now move to page 2. Honorable members, we move to page 3. Page 3. Honorable members, we now move to page 4. Honorable member for Woodley East.
Thank you. Just a typo there. When it comes to down, consideration at the committee. Number 3, it says corrections when it is only one correction. Is correction put and agreed? And the word to is also missing. You've seen it.
Honorable members, number 3, it's only one question. The S and agreed to. Agreed should be followed by to. That clause, that and that continues. Any more on page 4? Honorable members, we now move to page 5. Honorable members, we move to page 6. On Woodley East.
Yes. In 6, you look at resumption of the assembly, the second paragraph, first line. Why is a methodology, legal methodology bill is scheduled? So it's scheduled, it's in the past. Scheduled by ABC. And if you have done with that, you've seen it. Yes, and if you go to motion to sit beyond 6 o'clock, the third line, beyond 6 o'clock to finish businesses. I think the order paper is one business, so when we just say finish business. But you can, it's to finish business. What is in the order paper is the business, huh? Not businesses. Okay, thank you.
Comments on the need. There are some comments. Huh? But the other paper is business. Yeah? So we remove the plural. ES out. Any more on page 6? Honorable members, we move to page 7. Okay, honorable members, wherever it appears, we do the same corrections. Woolley East,
I don't know. After time allotted is 1 hour. That sentence, 2 sentences after that. The Honorable Minister moved the motions. I think he just moved one motion for consideration and confirmation. So it's one motion. Thank you.
yes, honorable member for Kantora and majority leader.
Page 9, Honorable Speaker, where it said Honorable. Are you on page 9 already or not yet? Oh, okay.
Page 7, please, before you move to. Pardon? Page 7, yes?
Just a small one, Honorable Speaker. Under motion, moved by Honorable Minister for Trade, Regional Integration and Employment, stepping in for Honorable His Excellency the Vice President. I think that Honorable should be removed. Thank you.
What is your comment?
Where you have motion number 3, immediately after that sentence, there is a sentence in bold which reads, if I may read, by Honorable Minister for Trade, Regional Integration and Employment, stepping in for Honorable His Excellency the Vice President. I think we should remove the Honorable and leave it as His Excellency the Vice President.
Honorable members, page 7. Page 8. Honorable members, we now move to page 9. Honorable member for Kantora. Huh? Honorable, what were you doing? I was on page 8 since. You were daydreaming. Honorable, you were daydreaming. From when the Honorable Minister member commented, I went to page 8. You were doing something else. Now, this is what I'm saying. You were doing something else. Honorable member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I raised my tag. The table office, they have seen me. And maybe you were bending your head. No, no. Yes. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Page 8, the first on top, it should be 6 legislature, not 50 legislature. And fourth ordinary session, not second extraordinary. And Friday, it should be Friday, they wrote there Thursday, Friday 20th December 2024, wherever it applies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Same. Any more on page 8, Honorable Members? Honorable Members, we now move to page 9, Honorable Member for Kantora.
Let me help him. He's sleeping, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Members, before the member for Kantora takes the floor, the same thing applies on the subsequent pages. Wherever it applies is the 6th legislature and is 2024 legislative year, and that it is Monday, 23rd December 2024. No comments on page 9? Yes, Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Page 9, almost the last line, second to last line, question put and agreed to that the motion be ratified. Should be in the past tense. Motion be ratified instead of ratify.
You did the correction on the motion be ratified. It takes IED, FIED. Any more on page 9? Yes. Honorable Kantora, I called you last time.
Honorable Village Tunkara, Kantora, and member for Kantora, it's not Kantora. That's just minor correction I want to put there. Thank you. Member for Kantora. Yeah, okay.
Honorable members, page 10. Nyanija. Honorable member for Nyanija.
Honorable Speaker, I think there is something missing here. Adjournment is not mentioned, and I think we adjourn. Yeah. I think this is the last page. Yes. The ayes had it. The motion was unanimously ratified. That's where I stopped. There is no adjournment mentioned. For us, we don't. We don't have page 11. Our records only stop at page 10. You can guide us on what is on page 11, and we approve and move.
You don't have page 11. All right. Yes, I have page 11. And on page 11 is in italics, at 24 minutes after 7 o'clock in the evening, the assembly was adjourned until Monday, 23rd December 2024 at 10 a.m. Yes, Honorable Member for list.
Yes, in page 10, the second paragraph on the time allotted, the article D before assembly is missing. That is one. The Honorable Minister moved the motion for assembly, so we put article D before the assembly. Move the motion. You've seen it. And then when you go on the Honorable Amadou Kamara, Nyanija, the paragraph on that, the portfolio Honorable Minister for Finance, what they put there is economy affairs. It should be economic affairs. You've seen it. Yes, IC instead. And in the usual
Complete?
ratified.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. Page 11. Yeah, this is what is on page 11 in italics. At 24 minutes after 7 o'clock in the evening, the assembly was adjourned until Monday, 23rd December 2024 at 10 a.m. Okay. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 28th December 2024 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Vice Presidents in the chambers. Welcome, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Clerk, may we proceed?
Bills, Order 65, first reading of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2024 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2024 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, that's the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Attorney General.
The Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, Promulgation Bill 2024.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, Promulgation Bill 2024, will be appointed during the next ordinary session for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken earlier, either forthwith or upon a date to be named, providing that second readings shall be taken no sooner than one working day after the first reading. So I thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Clerk, may we proceed?
Order 674 and 75, third reading of the Nutrition Bill 2024 by His Excellency the Vice President.
Honorable members, you will recall that the consideration stage of the Nutrition Bill 2024 was concluded on Monday, 23rd September 2024. Accordingly, today is appointed for the third reading in accordance with Order 75. Therefore, I will now invite His Excellency the Vice President to move a motion for the third reading of the bill entitled Nutrition Bill 2024. Your Excellency, please.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Nutrition Bill 2024 be read a third time and pass.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyanija. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Nutrition Bill 2024, having gone through the consideration stage with amendments, be read a third time and passed. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Clerk, you read the short title of the bill.
Nutrition Bill 2024.
Thank you, Clerk. So, honorable members, the bill is deemed to have been passed after reading it for the third time. Clerk, may we proceed?
Motion. Motion on the adjournment debate, Order 54. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned, signed by Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Honorable members, in accordance with the provisions of Orders 13.5 and 54.1 of the Standing Orders, I will now allow the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die. Before doing so, you will come. I wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to Order 54.3 of the Standing Orders, which reads, and I quote, during the debate on the motion on adjournment, no honorable member shall speak more than 15 minutes, except that the Speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. I will therefore appeal to honorable members to take note of the said provisions of the standing orders regarding the adjournment debate. Before I invite the Honorable Majority Leader to move the motion for this Assembly to adjourn sine die, may I hear the motion from the Honorable Member for Woolly East?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Orders 53E and 68.2 of the Standing Orders, I rise to move that the bill entitled Personal Data Protection and Privacy Bill 2024 be committed to the Select Committee on Education, Training, and ICT. Thank you.
Honorable members, it is moved. Any seconder? Honorable Member for Foji Kansala.
Yes, I hereby second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the Personal Data Protection and Privacy Bill be committed to the Select Committee on Education, Training, and ICT. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Honorable members, as I said, we are going into the adjournment debate. Each member has maximum of 15 minutes. And that today we have to close. Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm only raising my attack for it to be captured by the table office for the debate.
May I now invite the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion for the adjournment of the Assembly sine die. Pursuant to Section 98, Subclause 1B of the 1997 Constitution, and in accordance with Orders 13, Subclause 5, and 54, Subclause 1 of the Standing Orders 2019 as revised. Honorable Speaker, aware that this Assembly commenced its sitting for the fourth ordinary session, usually known as the budget session, on the 15th November 2024, and today, 23rd of December 2024, concludes its scheduled business as detailed in the revised agenda. I have the honor and privilege to highlight the extensive work undertaken by this assembly during this session. And in so doing, Honorable Speaker, and in appreciating that the August Assembly has, during this session, dealt with almost all the businesses scheduled in the said agenda, I invite the support for this timely motion. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, throughout the deliberation of this Assembly during the fourth ordinary session, the Assembly consider and adopts records of votes and proceedings of daily sitting as required by Order 35, Subclause 2 of Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, the Assembly administers oral questions and oral answers. Session with honorable ministers as it concerns their respective portfolio, departments, and agencies. According to Standing Order 41, the honorable ministers that appeared before this Assembly to answer oral questions asked by honorable members for these which they were duly notified. Honorable Speaker, I note and comment and apprehends the appearance of the following members of Cabinet. First, number one, His Excellency the Vice President. Two, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Three, the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports. Four, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture. And five, Honorable Minister for Agriculture. And six, Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Governments, and Religious Affairs. Seven, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy. And eight, Honorable Minister for Health. Nine, Honorable Minister for Physical. 10, Honorable Minister for Interior. 11, Honorable Minister for Defense. 12, Works and Infrastructure. 13, Honorable Minister for Information, Media, Broadcasting Services. 14, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad. And 15, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Natural Resources. 16, Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. 17, Honorable Minister for Public Service, Administration Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery. 18, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. And 19, Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare. And lastly, 20, Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. On a similar note, and pursuant to Standing Order 100 of the following honorable ministers presented replies to following parliamentary reports. One, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy and Honorable Minister for Information, Media, Broadcasting Services reply to reports of National Assembly Standing Committee on Public Enterprises, to NAWEC, Social Security, Housing Finance Corporation, and of course, GRTS site visits. Second, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security replied to reports on the National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, to regional directorates and other institutions under the Ministry of Agriculture, and reply by the same minister to the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, visits to sectors across the country, April 30th to 6th of May 2024. Honorable Speaker, these August Assembly witnessed the tabling, consideration and adoption of following motion. One, pursuant to Section 152, Subclause 1 of the National Assembly Constitution and Standing Order 86, Subclause 1, motion for the laying of a 2025 estimates and revenue and expenditures of the Republic of the Gambia, 1st January to 31st December 2025, all days inclusive, by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. Pursuant to Order 86, Subclause 1, motion for a debate on the 2025 estimate of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. Pursuant to Order 86, Subclause 7, motion for continuation of the debate on the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. Pursuant to Order 90, motion for the Committee of Supply on the 2025 Budget of Revenue and Expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Pursuant to Order 90, motion for the continuation and conclusion of the Committee of Supply on the 2025 Estimate of Revenue and Expenditures of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. 6, pursuant to Section 164, Clause 1 of the 1997 Constitution and Section 2, Sub 3 of the Ombudsman Act 1997, motion for the consideration and confirmation of the appointment of Mr. Ibrahim K.S. Damfa, as Deputy Ombudsman by His Excellency the Vice President, pursuant to Section 71, Clause 1, and C, and 155 of 1997 Constitution, and Section 2, Sub 3 of the Ombudsman Act 1997, motion for the ratification of loan agreement and agency agreement on widening of Batin Hadin Highway Project Phase 3. 8, the Assembly also considered motion for the ratification of amendment agreement establishing the African Development Bank, a fund. And today, Honorable Speaker, this present motion on adjournment debate pursuant to Standing Order 54, Subclause 1, motion for the Assembly to stand adjourned, stand and die. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in terms of bill, this August Assembly consider or pass the following bills during this session. The Gambia Legal Methodology Bill 2024 by the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. First reading of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia Promulgation Bill 2024 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. 3. Nutrition Bill 2024 by His Excellency the Vice President. And finally, 4. Intellectual Property Bill by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the following reports of the undermentioned parliamentary committees were considered and adopted. 1. Consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the committee consideration of the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee. Reports on resolution of National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, on report of the committee's visit to SECOS in May 2024 by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee. Reports on Standing Committee on Defense and Security on the National Assembly Security Council Bill 2024 by the Chairperson of the committee. And report of Select Committee on Trade Regional Integration on the Gambia Legal Methodology Bill 2024 by the Chairperson of the committee. Report of the joint visits of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Relations, and Gambians abroad to the Federal Republic of Germany in October 2024 by the Chairperson of the committee. Report of the Select Committee on Health Study Tour to Rwanda by the Chairperson of the committee. Report of the Select Committee on Tourism Study Tour to Greece by the Chairperson of the committee. Report of the Selection Panel established under Section 13, Subclause 1 of the Victim Reparation Act to shortlist 9 candidates for appointment as commissioners of Victim Reparation Commission by the Chairperson of the committee. Report of the updates on resolutions of the National Assembly Standing Committee on Finance and Public Accounts, dated 29 September 2022, 14 September 2023, and 18 September 2023, by the Honorable Chairperson. Finally, Honorable Speaker, today this August Assembly is here to commence the motion to adjourn, stand and die. I have had opportunity on the last adjournment debate to speak on the thrust and confidence bestowed on this Assembly by the citizen, with its corresponding expectations and assured citizens that it is well within the notice of this August Assembly. Through this motion, I wish to reiterate this assurance to our fellow citizens. Therefore, once again, I would like to seize the opportunity on behalf of both sides of the Assembly to reassure our citizens of our beloved country of our unwavering commitment of this August Assembly to serve the supreme interests of the nation diligently without fear or favor, affection or ill will, or any of its kind. I took special notice of the genuine concerns of fellow citizens regarding the time frame within this year which budget was introduced to this August Assembly. I wish to state that indeed your concerns are genuine and within the most thoughtful consideration of this Assembly, which consideration said budget acted in the best interest of the nation, that the Parliament acted in the best interest of the nation. All necessary steps moving forward, all actions would be taken to avert the reoccurrence of this situation we face with a nation, we face as a nation and people. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, over the past few years and due to several factors, the global economic challenge has taken an unfavorable turn of our region, indeed affected our people. This August Assembly is indeed, the executive is well aware of the challenges that has forced on our people. That is why several initiatives, including salary adjustment, has been done twice in the last 6 years in order to ease the burden and challenging of the economic situation of our people. Together with more rigorous efforts in revenue mobilization, with the discipline in our expenditures, we should be able to overcome these challenges very quickly. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I will particularly challenge the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Trade, together with the relevant institutions, to take up measures that will better place our economy in a better direction. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I've earlier during the session had an honor by giving tribute to former clerk, Mr. Momodu A. Sise, and welcome the clerk, or the newly appointed clerk, so to say, Mr. Khalifa M. Mbai, without repeating what I've extensively stated about the two of them. I wish to challenge all of us, honorable members, to extend all cooperation and collaboration and support that the new clerk requiring in fulfilling the task ahead. Honorable Speaker, I have never concluded moving this motion without reminding ourselves that notwithstanding the diverse and sometimes cumbersome engagement members are faced with, we cannot negate our core function, especially as it relates to attending sitting. I therefore, once again, call and renew commitment by all of us to the service of our beloved republic. It doesn't speak well of the Assembly's repute, lack of quorum at any time or any stage of its sitting. We must continue to reflect on our duties and execute it with highest diligence. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the manner in which you have continued to handle the affairs of this Assembly competently, professionally, and I pray to Almighty Allah grant you the strength and wisdom to continue sharing the affairs of this August Assembly. I equally want to extend the same appreciation to the Honorable Deputy Speaker for competently deputizing for you several times during this session when you are away. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, I'd also like to appreciate the Clerk of the National Assembly and his deputies and the entire staff of the National Assembly service for all the support and the services rendered to honorable members during this session. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much, and I thank honorable members for listening. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. Honorable Majority and Minority Leaders, you are aware we have had a peaceful 2-day period within the Assembly chambers. We want to continue the same. So the incoming one, Honorable Member for Latrikunda, as usual, please respect the rules. Please, I am appealing. Please respect people, respect the standing orders, and then we'll be able to move smoothly. Please. Honorable members, any seconder to the motion? Honorable member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I rise to second the motion. And then before taking my seat, let me just take this opportunity to make my intervention, which is going to be very short. Honorable Speaker, having listened to the motion ably moved by the Honorable Majority Leader, I just also wish to thank the outgoing clerk and of course welcome the new incoming clerk, and also thank the entire National Assembly service for the services they are rendering to members. It has not been easy, but we just have to say kudos to them. Despite all the challenges, they are definitely doing the best they can. So, Honorable Speaker, moving on, today's adjournment debate and my points are just going to be centered around Nyanija and of course some very minor national issues. Honorable Speaker, during the recently concluded President Meet the People's Tour, the message has been clear that us who come from the farming communities, especially around Nyanija, all that we know is farming and farming activities, as you know. And then going through statistics, we are regarded as one of the poorest as far as some of the indicators are concerned, health-wise, education-wise, and so on. But again, we are faced with a challenge this year because our groundnut season has definitely failed, I have to say. These are the reports I'm getting from there. And of course, I have just been there this last weekend. You will see somebody who plowed, let's say, 2 to 3 up to 10 hectares of groundnuts, but you just have 1, 2 bags or 3. It's a failed groundnut season as far as we are concerned. So the Ministry of Agriculture and of course, Excellency the Vice President, and of course the President have been told during the Meet the People's Tour, but this is an issue that should be taken note forthwith, and we see how best we address these issues. Because for us, these are the things that we depend on. During this time, you sell your groundnut, you go and buy rice. If you don't have, you go and be buying meat and the lumos, and of course, be enjoying certain things. But unfortunately, this year, we are faced with that challenge. So we need intervention as soon as possible to see how best some of these challenges that we are about to face can be averted. Honorable Speaker, moving on, then there is something which is very strange that is happening around our in Nyanija and Disalo, our rice fields. That's what I always talk about here. Currently now, if you go, you know, we do this normal natural cultivation of rice in the swamps and so on. Currently, if you go there, you will see most of the rice fields, the water has gone. They are sort of dry. And this is the time now they have started producing. Unfortunately, now the water is gone. Most of the rice fields are almost getting dry, which is something which you know that is even more dangerous than even the groundnut season. As I told you, for us, what we know is farming and farming activities. But right now, honestly, in fact, there are video evidences, pictures, and so on. Even they are sharing them in the media. But our rice fields are going into a state of failure, I have to put. And the Ministry of Agriculture, please take note. The water is gone back to the river. All the rice is standing there, green, and if the what they call the WAMO, if it does not come back as soon as possible, honestly, it's going to be disastrous for us. No, it's natural irrigation. It's not controlled by irrigation. It is natural irrigation. And nobody controls nature. So it's a problem. It's really a problem, and then I think special attention needs to be paid. I am speaking on behalf of my people. These are the words, these are the pictures, these are the videos, these are the evidences that they are sharing with me and whosoever is concerned, and it is a concern to everybody. Groundnut fail, now we are going to, our rice fields fail. That's going to be something which you know that is disastrous. Honorable Speaker, moving on again, the groundnut trading season have just started. And then we've received some reports that they are paying using, is it what you call, is it Q money? I don't know. Q money. I understand some of these financial issues you need to control over and here and there. But no matter how much you want to control, please, we don't have much groundnut. And we are crying that we don't have much groundnut. Now you take your groundnut to the SECO, they will tell you the agent is here, register. You go for a few days, you come back, they will give you all sort of issues that you cannot understand. We don't know that. I take my groundnut, I suffered for it. I take it to the SECOs. Please give me money if you have. Don't put me onto these small bureaucracies. So it's something which you know that we have to put across. These are the messages that we are receiving. These are the concerns that we are receiving, and they are very genuine concerns. Please, and they are very genuine concerns, and I think they need to be addressed as soon as possible. So these are the issues that we have from there, and basically they are all centered around Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, of course, because money is involved, and of course other ministries too. So, Honorable Speaker, moving on again, going to electricity access, that is what we call the ECORIP. We've raised questions about it. In my constituency, there are 9 communities that doesn't benefit, including my own community. I said this thing here sometimes, and thank God that the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy and team went there, we did the assessment, we identified all these communities, and I have to thank them for that. And we went to the office of the governor, we did all our arrangements, and we identified these communities. But again, now the problem that I have personally, the other communities now, meters have started coming. Now the other communities still now we don't get any information, including my own community, I have to say, and I have to emphasize. And I think we definitely need an update on that. I know the Honorable Minister is here and he's listening, somebody whom we know that is very concerned about the plight of Gambians, especially us, the rural ones, and I know something will be done about it as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, moving on, Honorable Speaker. You see, if you do good things, you have to be thanked. And then passing a budget here, which you know that we all were crying for salary restructuring, salary increment here and there, and we've seen the efforts that the government have put in this document. I was following some media comments here and there. Others are saying salaries of 3,005 or so on. But again, when the minister went to the radio and of course some TV programs and made some clarifications, now nobody, even grade 1, you will go home with nothing less than $6,000. Grade 1, just imagine. So whatever that we are discussing here, whatever that we are thinking, whatever that we are doing, I think the Minister of Finance and of course by far the government of the Gambia deserve commendation for this. That is the fact. So Honorable Speaker, salary restructuring, salary increment, Honorable Minister of Finance and of course His Excellency the President, we say thank you. This is what we were looking for and we have it. This is what everybody was crying for, and we have it. So we have to say thank you. Let's keep it up. Let's do more resource mobilization and see how best we still continue to increase the status quo of the people. Like I said during the budget debate, whatever that we say, whatever that we do, if people don't have money in their pockets, it's zero. Let people have money in their pockets and they go and spend how they want. Even if a bag of rice is $10,000, like my father used to tell me, when they started increasing price of sugar, from $5 a cup, $10 and so. He tell me as long as we have money, we will go and buy it. So let's have money in our pocket. When we have money, let them increase as how much they want, but we are going to buy. So Honorable Minister, let's keep increasing. Let's make sure we mobilize resources and give people money. Let them go and spend the way they want to spend it. Even if they want to go and get wives or manuals, let them go and, but it's their money. Let them have it in their pockets. Honorable Speaker, Okay, now last but not the least, I was just going around one day. I used public transport, and this is an experience that I want to share. You see, when you enter in town, in some of the coastal settlements here, you see how people are talking. No matter what, no matter how the situation it is, like I said, if somebody does good, thank you. You see roads all over, paved. We are all in this country, and we are still here. People were here, and people will continue to be here. But like, if you go around the coastal areas, if you go around some of these settlements, you see roads, you think that you are even in Dubai or whatever. This is a government that is very, very concerned about the plight of the people. That is the honest truth. No matter how much you distract, no matter how much you talk, I know most of the people making noise, they found me here. And if you don't mind, some of you even need me here. I schooled some of you here how to proceed. You distract, I am good to go. But Honorable Speaker, the honest truth is, if you go around the coast, if you go around some of these settlements, you see the roads, you will think that, where were we yesterday? And where are we today? No, this is the truth. You go to Nyanija, that's where you have the example.
F. While a member is speaking, all other members shall remain silent and shall not make any unseeming interruption. And some members are making so much noise while he is speaking. Let them allow him to give his deliverance. Yes, like member for, is it Central Badibu? He's making a lot of noise.
Why sustain? He was drumming. This man was drumming. Yeah, it should be. I should ask for. Are you above that? Are you above that? You are not above that. We will amend it. I'm coming with a motion for amendment. Man was drumming, and you could hear him drumming. You should have ruled out this. I expected you to rule out this. How can you say sustain when this man is drumming and I've been quiet all along? You are not fair to me. You are not fair to me. This man is drumming. When Amadou was speaking, he was drumming, and everybody could hear him drumming. Is that not an interruption to the parliament? You, honorable member of Sabah Sanjali, was drumming. And until I was telling him, are you a griot?
Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't allow him to call me a griot, and I will be a proud griot even if I am a griot, because griots are, I'm not better than griots. Neither you are no better than griots. So.
Don't tell me that all the time you are trying to play with me. No, this man cannot elect me. I'm not doing anything. All the time you say sustain. How can I accept that? How can I accept that? You are telling me you are above that. No, you are not fair to me. I cannot be learning. I cannot be learning. I need to be treated well. If you want me to be calm, you have to treat me well.
Back for Sabak Sanjal is sustained. And the relevant quotations, the relevant section of the standing orders quoted is correct. That as a member talks, no other member, every other member should be silent. Honorable, you know I can act on you. You must discipline. You must respect this seat. No, Honorable, please sit down. No, Honorable, sit down. Honorable, sit down. If you are fed up, you go out. Now, but then sit down. Sit down. Please. I will not tolerate any more these type of things, Honorable. You must begin. Honorable, please, if I don't call you, sit down. Don't talk until I give you the order to talk. Honorable member for Sabak Sanjal, I don't want to hear your comment anymore. Honorable member, please be quiet. Honorable member for Central Badibu, you must learn to be disciplined yourself. You cannot be shouting on me here. No, Honorable, please sit down. Honorable, sit down. Honorable, please sit down. If you misbehave again, I will call you to order and I will definitely, unfortunately, ask you to move. I will send him out. Give me the relevant time.
Honorable Speaker, can I continue?
Honorable members, I think we have all witnessed it together. The honorable member for Central Badibu is also the chief whip, minority chief whip. As per the provisions of Standing Order 21-2, the Speaker or Chairperson may, after having called the attention of the Assembly or Committee to grossly disorderly conduct of a member who, A, willfully assaults, molests, obstructs, or acts in a disorderly manner towards the Speaker or any other member, B, persistently and willfully obstructs the business of the Assembly or Committee, etc., etc. Maybe order the member to withdraw immediately from the chamber or committee, meeting during the remainder of the day's sitting. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, can you please withdraw from the chambers? Honorable Member for Central Badibu, can you please withdraw from the chambers? Honorable Member for Central Badibu, please withdraw from the chambers. Sergeant at Arms,
Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. No, don't go again. No, left the guy. No. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. No, left the guy. No. Honorable Speaker.
Sergeant at Arms, get the Honorable Member for Central Badibu out of the chambers or get a reinforcement to do so, please. Honorable, where is it? Sergeant at Arms, honorable members over there, honorable members, please, Sergeant at Arms, get the honorable member out or get a reinforcement to get him out, please.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Councillor.
Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant at Arms, that's my Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, where are you? Come, please. Sergeant at Arms, where is he?
And listen by themselves.
Clerk. 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 Honorable members, we have all witnessed it together. These hallowed chambers is occupied by honorable members, people's representatives. We should serve as the mirror to our people. Before you make the appeals after the harm has been done, you saw the honorable member the way he was behaving. No decent parliament in the world would a member behave that way. I tried to make him reason. We cannot allow indiscipline to prevail. We are guided by our laws. We are lawmakers. We should ensure that we abide by the law, by our own standing orders. Honorable members, I think we can proceed. It has been moved and seconded. Honorable member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm not done. Yes, I was given the opportunity to second the motion, and I took the opportunity to contribute on the debate. And Honorable Speaker, I'm not done. Yes, I'm not done because I am speaking on behalf of my people. Nobody brought me here but my people. And nobody dares not stand here and disrespect my people, because they are the people that gave me the right to be here. I am speaking based on the time. If you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, you have all the right to march out or do whatever. But what I am speaking based on what the information I generated from my people. Honorable Speaker, I will just give you a simple scenario. In sometimes 2018, 2019, a particular scenario of this nature happened between the then Speaker and, of course, the then member for Serekunda. And I quote on what he said. He said, for the interest of proceeding, and of course for the interest of the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that I know I'm right, I am withdrawing. And he humbly withdrew and sat down for proceeding to continue. This is what we expect from responsible honorable members and from parliamentarians. And if you are interested in anything, you can just march out. But honestly, what happened here today, I am not definitely happy with it. And we are all witness to it, because I was here in the last legislature, I'm here again. And I think such issues shouldn't be make more worse by us ourselves. If I don't say this, I wouldn't be fair to myself, because I believe if anybody is offended, I should be number one, because I was the one on my floor. I have my right to talk. Nobody bring me here but my people. And how they bring me here, nobody contributed to it. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And then moving on, as I said, I was talking about the eco reap, which I said the official from the Ministry of Energy went, and then they did the survey, and we have 9 villages, and I think something needs to be done about it very soon. And then I was talking about roads, and this is evidence by every genuine Gambian. If you go around the coast, if you go around people, in constituencies like Nyanijas, the Salum, and of course the Nyom, you will see this is evident. And since Gambia has been Gambia, for us, we've never been endowed with such opportunities, with such amenities. So if we have it, we have to thank the government of the day, and no other person but His Excellency President Barrow. This is our responsibility as far as we represent our people. We are speaking for them. And if you don't speak the language, the old people are speaking down there. Let's go back to election. You will see what will happen. Many members were here, but some of them don't come back. This is the fact. You have to speak and listen to what your people are telling you. These are the issues that we have on the ground there. So the people said they are very appreciative of the infrastructural development that we have down there. And then still we are hoping and yearning for more. Other constituencies can also benefit and so on. So, Honorable Speaker, I think basically, based on the disruptions, I think let me just end here to be fair enough, because much time has been wasted already. And then I just beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyanija. It has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the motion for this ordinary session to stand adjourned, sign die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may do so by raising your tags. I've already got a list of members who got their names written. I now call on the honorable member for Jokado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me first of all acknowledge the President of His Excellency, the Vice President, and Honorable Ministers. Honorable Speaker, I'll just pass my special appreciation to the outgoing Speaker, that is Honorable Modu A. Sise, Clerks, Modu A. Sise, for definitely working hard, and then definitely he has steered the affairs of this noble house very good, and I really appreciate him, and I'm wishing him good in whatever endeavor he might find himself again. And in the same vein, I'm also welcoming the incoming speaker, the incoming clerk, welcoming him and wishing him all the best so that he'll be able to catapult this institution to higher heights. Honorable Speaker, now I'll go to my constituency, that is Jokadu, starting with health. A special thanks to the Minister of Health and the government of the Gambia for giving my constituency a health center at Kisemajau, which has already been inaugurated. And then Gamwork also has just recently came back from Jokadu for a survey of a health post that is supposed to be built at Bantanding Olof, known as Medina Mudum. So I'm just appealing to the Honorable Minister so that they can fast track, so that that area also will be able to realize good health care service. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to electricity, there are 3 communities in my constituencies that are skipped, although they are in the list, but those who were on the ground doing the work skip those communities, and I have also raised it with the Honorable Minister, so I'm still appealing for the Energy Minister to help us so that those communities also, they will go back there to do the needful. And the communities are namely Samjoben, Kirpate Jao, and then Kebeya. These are the 3 villages that are skipped in my constituency when it comes to the electricity. Honorable Speaker, the previous speaker has lamented on agriculture, that is the poor yield or harvest of groundnuts that has happened in this country this year. Honorable Speaker, groundnut, I can say, is almost a total failure this year in the country. Now, in my constituency, that is Jokadu, according to sources that I got, 1 hectare of groundnut used to produce more than 1.5 tons of groundnuts. But this year in Jokadu, you cannot find 1 farmer whose 1 hectare of groundnut has produced 400 kilograms. So it is almost a total failure, so I'm appealing to the government of the day so that they can factor that and at least try to look into it and help farmers, because we all know that the farmers depend on this groundnuts, heavily on groundnuts for consumption. They sell part of it and then the rest they use it. And they even keep some for the next season as seeds. But this year, that thing cannot happen. So I'm appealing to the government to take note so that at least they'll be able to come up with something to at least uplift the livelihood of the farmers this year. Honorable Speaker, we go to the Minister of Works. The Minister of Work, in the last session, I brought a question pertaining to the roads infrastructure in Jokadu, and it was answered here. According to the minister, he said Jokadu constituency has been given 40 kilometers of route. We are really happy to receive that information. But how soon is that going to be? Because Jokadu is an area which road infrastructure is definitely a nightmare for us. Can you imagine the feeder roads that are within the Jokadu constituencies were built way back in 1985. And up to now, it's more than 40 years now, has never been even maintenance. It is only communities that do come out during the rainy season to make some tessito, fill bags of sand so that they'll be able to commute from one place to another. But definitely, to be honest with you, Honorable Speaker, roads infrastructure in Jokadu need to be looked into. This is the most serious problem that the people of Jokadu are facing. And anywhere that you go within the Jokadu constituency, they are talking about road. All the communities are worried because of going in and out is something that's really is a problem for them. So I'm appealing to the Honorable Minister of Works to definitely give us a time bound so that at least the people will be able to have confidence that this thing is going to happen. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to water resources, there are boreholes that are dug within the Jokadu constituency. Way back in 2018, some 2019. But up to now, those boreholes are just sealed there. They are not yet completed. And appealing to the Honorable Minister to at least look into that so that those boreholes that are already dug will be completed in the soonest possible time. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I back to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jokadu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me first recognize the presence of the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers present here. Honorable Speaker, first I want to register my dissatisfaction about the behavior of some National Assembly members in the National Assembly here. Honorable Speaker, the behavior of some National Assembly members is not accepted. This is a honorable house. We should try and comport ourselves diligently because we are here, we are serving the Gambian people. So our behavior, definitely, we should try and look at it very seriously. But today, I am disappointed, and then I have to register my contentment about the behavior of some National Assembly members here. Let us try and comport ourselves diligently. It is better for us. This house is very important. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the entire National Assembly members, the clerk and the entire team, the media, and then all those working in the National Assembly here, because definitely this is a long section. And then we have rendered a wonderful job, a hard job during this section. So for that being the case, I have to thank everyone for your contribution during this long section. Honorable Speaker, Agriculture, as previous speakers, they've talked about it. That is the failure in the groundnut production. This year, there is a total failure as far as groundnut is concerned. As other crops like rice, kush, and the maize, there is bumper harvest in that area. But as far as groundnut is concerned, definitely there is a total failure. So I am calling on the government to try and consider farmers as far as this area is concerned by providing them with seeds. Because next season it is going to be a problem as far as seed is concerned. So I am calling on the government to try and intervene as far as seed is concerned in the next season. Honorable Speaker, definitely government did a lot by providing enough fertilizer and affordable amber price as well. But definitely this failure in groundnut, I think it is natural. It is difficult to understand because other produce, for that ones, it is okay. But as far as groundnut is concerned, I think it is natural. So we need government intervention. Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Youth Sports and Youth and Sports, concerning Farafenye mini stadium. This mini stadium was built years back. But I can say the work there, it is not complete. So there are many things lacking in that mini stadium. So as I am speaking to you today, source of water, water is a problem in that stadium. This is a very difficult situation. So we need government intervention to provide us with water. Because obviously, we are seeing other mini stadiums in the country. But if you compare other stadiums with the stadiums in Farafenye, there is a vast difference. So we want our stadium to look as others. So we want the ministry, youth sports, to intervene by providing us with water and the stadium. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I want to take my seat. I thank you so much.
For Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to recognize the presence of the Vice President and other ministers here present. Honorable Speaker, I would like to join the member for Ilyasa in condemning what has happened in chambers today. Honorable Speaker, as far as the people of Nyani are concerned, and the seat for the member of Nyani is concerned, I am condemning it in totality. Honorable Speaker, we must know that we are the body, the institution that performs an oversight function on other institutions. If some of our members behave in this manner, I doubt if we go out to perform an oversight functions in other institutions, what are we going to observe and advise them? Honorable Speaker, looking at the issue of groundnut production in this country, this year we can say there is total failure in groundnut production.
which can be attributed or associated to climate change impact, soil degradation and unsustainable farming practices, which also had an economic consequences and also food security threat, in which we are calling for the government to see how best they can respond in a positive manner regarding to this crop failure. Honorable Speaker, looking at the setup of the SECOS this year, as mentioned by the member for Nyanija, if you look at the SECOS, they've come up with a new dimension whereby farmers will be given the access to open Q money account in order for them to get their money, which I feel is very unideal in certain areas, especially in other rural Gambia, whereby network is an issue. And not only the issue of network, but also if, for example, you have $50,000 or $80,000 as your sales, if you visit any of these areas, either QCell, Reliance, or Supersonic, they will tell you that you can only be given $10,000 out of that money, which I think is an issue that needs an immediate reverse. It's an issue that also needs to be looked at as well. Honorable Speaker, this year we are part of the team that joined the nationwide stakeholders consultation. We've been to certain schools, and out of what was raised in that schools is the timely payment of the SIG. If you look at it, the late payment of SIG really affect the operational system of the schools. You don't expect to receive the payment of second term in third term and the payment of first term in second term, whereby it will be very difficult for some of these activities to be carried out. Honorable Speaker, most of the issues mentioned in those areas or the schools that we visited, access to health facilities. As you know that there are some of the schools that are very far from the hospitals, and access to those hospitals is always a nightmare to them whenever they are sick. And also staff security as well. Looking at the location of certain schools, staffs or teachers feel that it is very insecure for them to be in those particular areas, even though they are serving the Gambia. Among other things mentioned also the classroom conditions. If you look at some of the setups that we have in the school system, the conditions, the ventilations for the classrooms, it also needs to be looked at as well. Also the staff accommodation and staff welfare as well is also issues that need to be looked at. And we must appreciate and thank the Minister of Finance and also the government for coming up with this added percentage, even though we were yearning for salary restructuring. The government must be commended for that. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is the payment of the SIG related to the amount paid per child. If you look at it now, the commodities has changed in the market. The price for commodities has changed, and still the same payment is given per child, which I feel there is a need for the new minister to look at it and see how best it can be reviewed so that the payment per child can suit the standards of or the conditions of the prices in the market. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is in promoting the local rice that we have. Sometimes we always say that it is very expensive. Rice is very expensive in this country, as we commonly say. But if you look at it now, with the introduction of the jar rice, which I feel every Gambian should promote that local rice. And in terms of prices, the price for wholesale there is $150, and also the price for retail is $2,000. Now, if you look at it with the famous American rice that we always buy, there is a difference of $250. Honorable Speaker, over to my area, when other areas like Nyanija made mention of 9 villages skipped out of his area, I laugh. But I don't think I will comment on that, as it has the smallest size in that area. If you look at the number of villages that are skipped in Nyani, it's numerous. Out of 87 villages, almost around 50-something villages are yet to be electrified, which I think the Minister for Energy will take due consideration to the people of Nyani in the subsequent projects that are coming on the way. Honorable Speaker, the work of taking our nation forward is our collective responsibility as citizens. And we don't expect the Senegalese or other countries, the citizens of other countries, to come and develop our nation. We must be ready as good citizens of this country. We must be ready as patriotic citizens of this country to take up the challenge, the responsibility of moving our country forward. Honorable Speaker, oftentimes when you go out, you hear the rampant murder cases that are happening in our areas, in which each and every one of us now should serve as a security. We cannot leave the work alone in the hands of the government. And all these things, when it happens, the blame go back to the government. Of course, they should be the ones to be blamed. But let us also take our responsibility as citizens, our collective responsibility as patriotic citizens, to see how best can we work on that. As you can see, we have the entire country representatives in this house. Let us engage our people in a form of dialogue, in a form of sensitization, where people can be sensitized on what are some of the dangers involving in some of these activities. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyani. And I invite the Honorable Member for Joshua constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will first of all join my colleagues to do away with the incident that happened this morning. I think everything you do in this world, you must judge yourself first before trying to judge somebody else outside the box. Honorable Speaker, the behavior today should have been from the members who just came in as members of this parliament, but not from the old ones, who came up with this standing order, approved this standing order, and make it as a document to guide the proceeding of this parliament. The rule that the Speaker gave today did not come from the sky. He got it from the standing order to say A, B, C, and D. And that's why he came up with his ruling. Honorable Speaker, I think it's important we try to come together and then see what is possible. This house is not meant for one person. That seat that you are occupying can be occupied by somebody else tomorrow. And before you, there was somebody. So let's respect that seat and know that it's not Tombonjata, but the Speaker of the House. Honorable Speaker, coming down to the same issue, because I was not happy, and I will still continue to feel the same I'm feeling until we come back here again to apologize to each other. Because it's about Gambia. It's about the whole country. This house was at a standstill for almost an hour for only one thing. You misbehave, go out, you say no. And people who are behind you or beside you say, don't move. What are we teaching others? What are we teaching those people outside who are listening to us? We are here to determine people's fate in this parliament. And now we are misbehaving. Then where is the respect and disrespect among ourselves? You don't respect yourself, it's a problem. Honorable Speaker, coming to my area in Joshua constituency. Yes, government is doing a lot. And they gave us roads through the OIC. we are saying a big thank you to the government. But there are a few roads that need to be fixed. And I'm appealing to the Works Ministry. I don't know if he's not around or his people are around. The Senful Road in New Joshua is a very major road. And currently, if you after 4 o'clock, that's the main highway that they use to reach Abuko. So I'm trying to appeal to government to look into that. But in Sankusla main road also is very key within that area, catchment area. So those two roads are very important within New Joshua area. Coming to the Kanifing South, there is also a very important road there that's linked the main mosque towards the Kadava Avenue. That one also needs to be fixed if possible. Honorable Speaker, Pipeline also, there's a very important road in Pipeline behind the Dancehall School. That link from the Kanifing South towards the main pipeline roads, that link to the main pipeline mosque. I want also to look into it properly if possible. Kanifing Estate, there's a block in Kanifing Estate, that's the C block. That's I've been there for years, and currently the correct situation of that road is definitely very not good for it's not motorable. And then the community down there are suffering because during this time, most of them, they used to close their windows because of the dust that comes from that area. So I'm appealing to government to look into it, if possible, to make it motorable because the current situation is very, very bad. Honorable Speaker, coming to Old Joshua, behind the GCI also, there's a very important road there that needs to be fixed. That's linked to the Kanifing Estate, from the GCI Johnson to Kanifing Estate, and also create a gutter that can link to the main gutter. At least the water that's come from the other end of Kanifing can come and then have a settlement to the main gutter. Honorable Speaker, on the same area in Joshua, on Old Joshua, the main highway, they just started it right now by, trying to do some renovation work, rehabilitation work, but the scope of the work is very, very slow. They did the excavation, and that's where they stopped. There's no material on site, and that's the only main highway that's the people of that area are using. And now access to that area is a problem. So I'm appealing to the minister to fast track to NRA, to fast track that route so that at least it can be completed as quickly as possible. Honorable Speaker, the ongoing works in Kanifing, that's P1. Yes, the works are going on. But the only problem here is the curing period is not observed. They will do the concrete today, within a week, you see vehicles carrying on those roads. And next minute, it will not have the purpose that it is meant for. Within 1 month, you start realizing problems. Because the concrete is not cured, and that area alone, the water level in that area is very, very bad. So if there's no proper curing, at the end of the day, we will end up throwing money in the ditch. So let's control and tell the contractor to do the needful. For concrete, it must take 21 working days. 21 days for curing period. Moreover, in an area that is too swampy. So that thing should be looked at. It's not going to be a waste to government again. Honorable Speaker, I think it's important. The minister is here. Our CDF has been paid long time, and up till now, NAWE cannot give us the access that we have already paid for. Over 300,000 is paid. The last time I put a question to the minister, he said that they were working on it, but up till now, there is no single move that has been done. And these things we are paying since the start of this year. The money is being paid. The Badal people are still suffering. They have no access to water. The Ojosam Ndangan are still suffering. They don't have access to water, and the money is already been paid. What is the problem? Why are you still dragging? The money minister, please, can you help me with that? Honorable Speaker, when it comes to Old Joshua, our access road to the main first learning center in Joshua, I've been sending this appeal to the minister, but yes, this is the problem. And that is the only first learning center within the KMC apart from Bakau. So I'm appealing to the minister also to look at that route and fix that route for them, because this is where they get their livelihood. When young garments are there, citizens of this country are there, and this is the only source of income that they have. So I'm appealing to the minister to look into those things. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Ministry of Finance, because we have seen this year's budget, there's an increment when it comes to revenue. Yes, it's important we increase, but from where? During his report, GRA was able to make almost 24.4 billion as of September, compared to 23.2. So there's an increment based on what is expected from them. So, Honorable Speaker, I think with the work of the minister and his team, with GRA, they can please and continue receiving more than this. My question to him is, who are entitled to SIC? Who are the ones entitled to SIC? That's the duty free. Because we are seeing companies in this country, they are manufacturing and they are still giving duty free. There are still companies in this country who are only packaging and they are still giving duty free. So where is the problem? Should it be open or should there be any control? Those who are manufacturing from 0 to 100 should be given SIC. But those who are only packaging should not be given SIC. Because they are depriving, we are making a big loss if you look at those areas. So the minister, please appealing to him to look at those things properly and look for a way forward. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to health, the Minister of Health, I think maybe it's around. In Old Joshua, they're having a very good health center in Joshua. If you go there, you look at the health center, you know people they are doing very well. But they have been classified as a private health center, and they are not private. Because what they are charging at the public health centers is what they are charging us at the private health center. When it comes to medication, they have enough medication in the health center. So currently, they need an ambulance. So I'm appealing from the minister to help them with an ambulance. Because definitely, the catchment area they are covering. People are coming all the way from Nyumi, all the way from Fonyi, to come and target that health center because of the good service that they are doing. So I'm appealing to the minister to help, at least to come on board to see how better they can help them. There is also a health post in Ibo town. That has been there for years now. We have been appealing to government to help us, to at least bring it back. But they promise that it will restart again, but up till now, to no avail. The people of Ibo town are suffering because it's a distance from Ibo town to Joshua Health Center. It's a distance. And people in labor, it's always a problem. The roads are very bad. To at least if we can have that health post to be in operation, it will definitely be helpful to the people of Ibo town. Honorable Speaker, the issue of drugs in this country, we all know. There's a problem in this country. And how can we fight it? Yes, we must come together to fight. We must come together to fight drug. It's not only government. But my only concern is also government also should take efforts and see how best we can make the situation. And my suggestion to the drug agency, if possible, those patrol teams that they send in all around, can they be changed? Because if you are used to a street that you come all the time, at the end of the day you become friends with them. I'm not accusing them, but I'm living in Old Joshua. Last 2-3 months ago, a little girl lost her life. Based on what? Because he took a lot of drugs and she just lost her life at the age of 21. But if they are changing those people going on patrol, it will definitely help. But if the same team is coming to the same area, if I have been friend to them, I'm not saying they're not going to do the job properly, but at least that relationship might hinder a lot. So please, I'm appealing to the drug squad with the ministry to see how best they can do to at least be changing those people coming on patrol to remedy the situation. Honorable Speaker, this one comes to the House. I'm appealing to the House, possible with this from the Speaker. Yes, we do have session all the time. When it comes to prayers time, Honorable Speaker, let's set up time for prayers. When it's 1:30, we can go off and break and go and pray and come back again. 5 o'clock also, we at least create time for prayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Joshua. Recently converted people are usually very, very pious. Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. Pardon?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Vice President and also various ministers who are here to join us in this adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, right straight to higher education. A country will only move when research is the cornerstone. Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest this to the Finance Minister. In budget preparation, when you go to various ministries, you have research budget lines. And I believe that the institution or the Ministry of Higher Education without research, it will not be a befitting ministry. So I want to suggest next year comes, inshallah,
I want to suggest all research budget lines should be fully dedicated as an envelope in the higher education research and technology so that they can coordinate all research issues so as for us to have a focus and we have a need-based assessment onto what we want to do or what we want to have as a country, where it could also be involving in the changing status quo of institutions to see that research is taken and also put in seriously. Honorable Speaker, of recent, the Ministry of Higher Education also introduced or went on to the validation of madrasas integration, where we believe that they are also citizens, as we all know. I am always baffled by us, we Africans. And I'm sorry for all of us in this continent or in this world where English language is a core subject in school learning. But agriculture will only be optional. And we want to work on to see the full self-sufficiency. Sometimes I'm taken by events and see whether, do we even know what we want? What can we do to make sure we could get focus onto making sure whatever we eat now is our products of us as individuals. Madrasa education is also as important as English that we have. Now the ministry is also working tirelessly to incorporate TVET and also STEM into the madrasa curriculum. And I think this is the right direction and it shows inclusiveness. You will only read English or you become an English student. You are employed as a permanent secretary, employed as a minister, employed as a director. But madrasas had challenges in this. I think we need to come with laws. If you have a PhD in Arabic, you should also get the same status quo, positions in it, where as the ministry is doing, you can incorporate and build the skills of the language to make sure you're also part and parcel. So I believe they are doing enough and into that area. Honorable Speaker, in the area of Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Honorable Minister of Finance, you are here happily. We put to notice that last year the PE for Drug Law Enforcement Agency is about 168 million. But they had a sort of 6 million. In the current approved budget, it's about 162 million. And now looking at the status quo of the current agency, the performance, and a lot of issues that are happening, the drug cartels that are also preparing to take ownership of our backyards and issues or areas, I believe if their budget is not maintained, we should look at ways and means to see instead of reducing down. So these are issues that I want you to note, Minister of Finance, and you can also say why was it that way. And I believe any productive institution and security agencies, they are at risk to perform their duties if their manpower or the PEs is less by 6 million. I want you also to note that. And the other thing also to Minister of Justice. Yes, a lot of laws have been set, but you realize that there are problems within the draftsmanships in areas of coming with bills or regulations. I want to endorse the Minister of Justice to work with the Public Service Commission, the Minister of Public and Administrative Reforms to increase the employment rate of that unit so that a lot of bills that are lying there could also be harnessed and also put straight so as for them to be up and running. If not, bills are lying 1 year, 2 years, they'll be struggling. Minister of Justice would say that we are less capacity, the capacity is not there. So it's not only talking, but we should see doing things. And this is the only way that we could see laws that we want to go into reform. Honorable Speaker, we go to defense. I believe the most anticipated talk that we had, that is terms and condition of service, I can say, alhamdulillah, very little. That alhamdulillah, TACOS has been formulated partly, that 100 million has been fully allocated to TACOS. Thanks to the members of the National Assembly and also the Minister of Finance for heavily standing to see that TACOS is up and running. And without TACOs, militarily, efficiently, and also for them to be able to uphold and stand firm, it will be very difficult. I do say people, since years past, 2017 till date, you hear reform, security sector reform, security sector reform. We don't need bills of security sector reform, bills. Reform without enumeration is also a challenge. Any security institution, ranging from the police, the army, the immigration, the fire service, custom office, and also, you name it, the prisons, they need something. I can tell you, Minister of Finance, I want also to understand. The 30% is envisaged. And again, also, in the issues of the allowances, it's also said 100%, if I'm right. But I can tell you, if I'm right, if I'm wrong, I need correction. That the last increment onto allowances of rent, the police, the army, immigration, fire service, prisons, is still the same. Are we envisaging the same thing here? I can tell you, a couple in the army, in the police, his rent allowance is about $250 or $600. A sergeant is about 800 into that regard. So when we talk about increment of services, we have to be very clear. These are men who will wear boots 2 days, 3 days, they are in combat, and they are trying to protect us. So if their earning is still at a lesser privilege, we need to correct it. It's not only maybe talk of civil servant. So if this allowance is only venturing into the civil service without touching the army or the police or other areas, I think we need to revisit this. I am saying this, and $250 to $600 $600 from the couple to a sergeant in the police. A warrants officer in the army, $800. So you realize, you talk of a colonel. A colonel's rental allowance is $1,700. So I think even you talk of and said, okay, we are going to increase to 100%, it will be 1,200. When other services, other issues are also going into a 3,000 plus or 4,000 plus. So we need to revisit some of these issues. And now, when you complain, they will say, security forces, their bills, their laws. Now, if you're talking about security sector reform, let's work on prioritizing some of those issues that will regularize their movement. Without remuneration, it will be a challenge. Sometimes you hear people mocking police, or give me. The essence is they don't have. If you don't have, you'll ask. And you'll ask professionally. So in order for us to deter that professional asking, we need to look inwards. And we regularize our status quo. We all know, I have said here, and I will say it happily, that a budget that we have as a book, there is an allowance for other agencies called cost of living allowance. $25,000 is cost of living. So if you have an allowance, only an allowance, cost of living, when you look at the police, the army, the immigration, fire service, and other drug squad, they still have issues. You could even have maybe 2 to 3 or 4 or 6 months salary. So these are issues that I think we need to regularize our status quo. If we win business in the security sector, not only when we have independence celebration, we parade them. Give us nice melodious songs and parades. That's not the issue. The issue is, how do we make sure we empower them with their issues, with their tools, and again also not only wearing uniform, beautiful uniforms. We need to improve their remuneration. That is the solution. If only we are serious about security. Because today when we are all sleeping, the honorable member is right. Issues of burglary, killings and other issues, we'll be running to them for help. So if they are left behind, if they are not in line of protection, it becomes a problem. So therefore, I submit to Minister of Finance, look at it holistically, the entire structure. We're talking about salary restructuring, whatever. It's good for public services. But how about the securities? So if you cannot even pay your own room, even in my village, in Kansala, you don't even have a house rent. That is $600. So imagine, you want them to leave, be on duties, move home, come home, how would they do to and fro? So the entire security sector, let's forget about coming with bills and regulation. We want to make sure the change status quo reflects in their earning. And I'm putting it to the Honorable Minister of Finance and also to the National Assembly members. As we had did tacos, we could do the same thing. And the other thing that I also want to solicit for members, we had worked in approving the judiciary for vehicles. We are all crying of vehicles. Go to the police unit, go to the army, go to immigration, vehicles. Immigration will use their own vehicles. They will pay. Minister of Finance, immigration pay vehicles to go and collect our tax and give back the pay and now get something. So these are things that are not normal. Next budget, all of us, let's work together collectively. We look at the befitting, where we can even procure 100 and something vehicle or 20 vehicles or 10 vehicles or 15 vehicles. First. And I think this is the only way that can change status quo. Immigration is going into collecting revenue. How much are they doing? Our last when we went about 300, how to call it? Last year we were told about 200 or 300 something million. Serekunda alone. So if they are empowered now, the revenue base will grow. And the earnings that we want will also be able to. So you go and collect. Yes, still you are paid very small. You go and collect. Others are paid high. We need to correct this wrong. It's an all wrong. It's an all wrong. And now is the right time. We need to correct this for good. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to send my record straight to ECOWAS, AU, and the UN. ECOWAS has paraded itself in 2017-2016 change that they want sanity in this country. No war, negotiation for a peaceful transition of government. They came with beautiful slogans. An accord agreement was signed with the former president. Live with peace and go with peace. Gambia remain peace and peace will still continue. It's the same ECOWAS that is collaborating with head of states to go into setting a tribunal to prosecute what they have agreed. ECOWAS is ECOWAS Wahwahed. They will say and say again, ECOWAS, be careful. And we are telling you, be careful. We are here and will continue to be here. And we are Gambians and will continue to be Gambians. The peace should maintain in this country. And that's, that's what we are all yearning for. Mali is on its own. Niger is on its own. Guinea is on its own. Burkina Faso is on its own. This is Africa. So if Africa is still preparing to do issues of Africanization instead of dialogues and finding solutions, but they are now looking remedies to see how they can build a court. We are waiting for that court. And we are fully prepared. When they brought in people, Kupis, who had taken ownership of this country, and they are compensated in TRRC, they are led and given a good job as chief investigator. Kupis, they married each other in TRRC. Kupis, they were led a red carpet from the airport, and they were celebrated. Today, the lead who was fighting for the cause of TRRC is now looking for presidency. This is the smallest part of it. So you use issues of TRRC to become popular. Today is the same thing. In our own slogan, in our own issue, it says, a bull that you have sharpened the horn will one day hit you back. It has started, and we are here, and we'll continue to submit. And I think now ECOWAS should back out and stay put for peace and tranquility. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Pony Kansala. 49. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I first wish to state that To apologize is a chance for you to be honest, humble, and act with integrity. The decision that was made by the Speaker this morning is welcome. And I wish to state that it was a move in the right direction. You were doing what the standing orders asked you to do. And for the benefit of those that do not know what happened this morning, I just want to state that the responsibility of the Speaker, as stated by Section 20 of the Standing Orders, which says that the Speaker in the Assembly and the Chairperson in any committee shall be responsible for the observance of the rules of order in the Assembly and committee respectively, and his or her decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the Assembly except on a substantive motion made after notice. So I think it was very important for me to read this out so that those that are watching will know that the Speaker was doing what the standing orders of the National Assembly, approved by the 5th Legislature, asked him to do. Moving forward, Honorable Speaker, I wish to bring to the notice of the National Assembly that we have over 50 Gambians living in Italy. And the plight of our Gambians living in Italy is a great concern to me. Honorable Speaker, on the 7th of May 2018, a letter was received from the Office of the President for an appointment of a honorary consul in Italy who would be looking at the affairs of our Gambian citizens living in that country. And on 10th of May 2018, PMO informed the PS that the approval was granted, but still now, we don't have that honorary consul appointed. And he's a Gambian by naturalization. So I believe that the Minister of Foreign Affairs needs to update this assembly. Why do we have that still pending? Because that individual who had served during the time of the Fourth Republic and during the Second Republic had facilitated 40 pickups in 2017 for this government. The same person facilitated 40 vehicles from the Italian government, and the notice was given to him on the 17th of November 2023 as a support to our country. The same person is spending his own money to look at the affairs of our Gambians. I'm talking about 50 Gambians living in Italy. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs is still lacking behind to give his approval, and I think it is very important for that to be put into consideration. Honorable Speaker, you see, this country needs to move. And we should start to stop what we call using the chamber as a political platform. This is not a political platform. This is a place where important documents are brought before honorable members to look at and then approve for the benefit of this country. If anybody wants to use this platform as a political arena, myself, I will humbly stand and defend that from happening. I don't look for any means of favoritism. I don't want to be praised for doing what I need to do as a National Assembly member. As far as doing what is right is concerned. Honorable Speaker, in this country, when you go to public places, you realize that councils are collecting revenue from people. But what services are councils giving to the people? Go to Westfield. Go to traffic light Fajar and open markets. Not a single public toilet, has been built by any of these councils. And day in, day out, they are going collecting revenues from people. I think this is very important and it has to be looked at. Honorable Speaker,
The farming season is really a concern to us farmers. Intention and realities are two different things. This government had good intention by providing fertilizer at subsidized prices to farmers to make sure that all farmers have access to fertilizer. And we want to register our appreciation to the government of this day for making those efforts. But Honorable Speaker, we don't wait until disaster comes and then we will rush to the office of the Vice President. We want to let him understand that the farmers are facing disaster currently because of a loss during the past farming season. We wish that the government could do some efforts and that the Minister of Finance could talk to his partners to make sure that they support the office of the Vice President, the disaster management, to make sure that they support our farmers, because already the farmers have lost a lot during the past season. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the Constituency Development Fund is a concern to us because once it is pronounced, members will go to their constituencies and talk to them people as per how they want to spend the Constituency Development Fund. But this year, 2024, as we speak, we haven't seen any butut of the Constituency Development Fund given to the National Assembly. And we want to bring the notice of the Speaker and to the Minister of Finance to make sure that whatever needs to be done to make sure we have this CDF will really be much appreciated. To the Ministry of Trade and Employment, few days ago, when I walked past through the immigration department, I've realized that many Gambian youth were there struggling to get their passport copies. And that was, when you approach them and ask them the reason of, getting those passports, most of them will tell you that because there is an agreement between Gambia and Spain for us to go there and work. Some will tell you we have heard that there is an agreement between Gambia and Saudi Arabia. Some will tell you between Gambia and Dubai. But what is the level of implementation of that labor agreement? We want the Minister of Trade to come and update this assembly as far as that issue is concerned, because they have already, purchased their passport, sitting and waiting for something to be done with that. Honorable Speaker, coming to the language that we use in the National Assembly, it's high time that National Assembly members think about this, because we are representing our people. During campaigns, we go there and we speak our local languages to them. Wolof, Mandinka, Jola, Karoninko, Serer, and the like, for them to understand our agendas, for us to tell them what we want to do for them and what we intend to do. But when we come here, they don't understand what we are saying. So I think that is very important, and we need to look at our standing orders, if the need be, that we can, be speaking our local languages so that our people will understand what we are saying in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the REAP project, which is the Rural Electrification Project, it was a policy pronouncement by the President that he wished to provide electricity to all the communities in the rural areas. But as we speak in Sabasanjal, there are a few villages that are still yet to benefit from this project. And I wish to bring to the attention to the Minister of Petroleum and Energy, being an active person who has served at NAWEC, and with his experience, we believe that he will be able to find ways of providing electricity to those pending villages. We are really, really proud of him because he is doing what is right. I also wish to congratulate, Honorable Speaker, the recently appointed Minister of Basic and Secondary Education. This is a woman that I met at the University of the Gambia when she was heading the Students Affairs Unit. She was very helpful to me when I went to her office. In fact, she had to close the office to walk upstairs, down here and there to make sure that I get my things done.
So if she is appointed as the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, I really have to thank the President for coming up with that bold move. Also to the Minister of Digital Economy, I wish to thank the President for having them appointed because when I discussed with the former Minister of Digital Economy about your appointment, about his appointment, the former minister told me that he is very happy that such an individual is appointed as the Minister of Digital Economy because he knows him in passing and that this guy is somebody who would definitely do his best to make sure that the goals of that ministry is achieved. So I really want to appreciate that. To the rent allowances, I also want to thank this government. Honorable Speaker, in September, like I said during the last time, in September 2022, when I stood here and said it is high time that the Minister of Public Service, the Minister of Finance to look at the issue of low-income earners. And now, having seen that we've, approved a budget that will address the issues of low-income earners, the rental issues, and also to increase their take-home. Because at the end of the day, call it allowance, call it salary, what is important to me is what they have at the end of the day. The take-home is what is important. And it really touches me that definitely the government is doing all what it takes to make sure that the issue of low-income earners is addressed and that, at the end of the day, their take-home will be increased for the benefit of society. Because when every honorable member here have somebody, under your responsibility, be it a public servant or a mere civilian or whatsoever. Because when they don't have it, they come and ask us. But if they have it, that is something, that is a move in the right direction. And I want to thank this government for doing that. You see, we must thank them. We must thank this government because people were suffering in this country. People were really suffering in this country. Now that low-income earners, they will be very happy. By January, inshallah, they will be getting something, on top of their salaries, thanks to the efforts done by this government. And also to the freedom given to the people. But that freedom needs to be looked at. This democracy needs to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, what do we call democracy? You see, democracy should be interpreted to suit the society where it belongs to. The democracy in our country should be interpreted in a way that it suits us as a society. People insulting each other in the social media, people abusing others on the streets. Is that what you call democracy? Using abusive languages towards each other. That is not what you call civilized democracy. Democracy is a principle of good governance and not to come here and destabilize us. And if it has to destabilize us, it doesn't matter what people will call us. It doesn't matter what civil society organizations will call us. But it is better to even go back to the days. And when I say back to the days, we all know what it means. So, Honorable Speaker, people will be insulting each other in this country. Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the president, because for him, you tell him anything, he will say, I have forgiven you. Because of recently, there were people who call themselves civil society organizations, people who call themselves journalists or whatsoever, using words that they couldn't have used days back. But thank God, because he is giving them that opportunity. This is just one branch of democracy. Freedom of speech is just a simple branch in democracy. But do you have to abuse it? Insulting authorities, insulting ministers, permanent secretaries, directors, corruption, you mention it without bringing any evidence. You will just be on air and say corruption is everywhere, but no evidence is given to us. So we need to be mindful of the languages that we are using. Sometimes, because you have the opportunity to be here, you are given the platform to talk, so you can speak or say whatever you wish to. It shouldn't be like that. This position is just temporal. One day you will leave, somebody else is coming. And before you leave, please do what is right and what is expected of you. Honorable Speaker, with those simple remarks, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for Sabak Sanjal. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would first and foremost like to thank our able ministers here present, with the leadership of His Excellency, the Vice President. Like we always say, it's always enlightening to see our ministers present, to hear some of our queries and concerns, to be able to collectively work together and do the needful, basically. So we thank you all for gracing our adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, I will first and foremost like to start with the issue of the currency and the currency depreciation. It's a cause of concern because currently our dalasi is going through a high devaluation process, basically, because some couple of years ago, the exchange process usually only happens within the corridors, that's the borders between Gambia and Senegal. But nowadays we're seeing even shops are basically even, changing CFA, and even right now transactions have been taking place not using a dalasi, but rather using the CFA. And I've been to Senegal multiple times, and I haven't even come across once whereby I've seen a transaction that has been done using our dalasi. So I think we really need to look into these areas because we are going through a high level of monetary depreciation because of some of these monetary fiscal lapses. So though CBG have recently enhanced some of their regulations, I've seen recently that they've augmented their policies to be able to make it more stringent, but I think they should really put more efforts into making it more stringent to be able to combat most of these things. Because as we speak right now, if any one of us wanted to change money, there are certain people we can go to in the black market, and we could easily have the CFA or any other currency. So I think, and this is an open secret, basically. Everyone knows, and we know where they are and everything. So I think we have to, government has to start taking a more pragmatic approach towards it. Though the policies and everything are okay, the regulations are good, but still there are more pragmatic processes that need to take place, whereby even if necessary, the security sector can be involved in the process to make sure that these people, are pushed further, so that at least that will really help in making at least the dalasi more valuable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also with regards to some of the issues that are a bit more concerning, currently we've been seeing a high rate of cars that are usually around the roadsides, or even some of them even usually have problems when driving along the highways. I personally have encountered a lot of vehicles that barely even have headlights, basically. And these are vehicles that pass through checkpoints and everything. So I don't know, our security sector, especially the police, I think more measures should be taken in addressing these issues. And cars that are not roadworthy, not roadworthy, need to be looked into to be able to make sure that they are parked, because it's causing a lot of concern, and accident rates are quite high recent as we speak, Honorable Speaker. So these issues need to be looked into. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to communal issues, I think we've always stood here to applaud the government, because the issue of road and pavements have always been an issue for Banjul. And to be honest, we've seen a huge augmentation when it comes to the Banjulian fishery, basically. Now it's more motorable, it's easy to commute and all those things. And we will give government a big kudos. However, as a capital city, I think that should be just the tip of the iceberg. We've been advocating here time and time again, since my first day in Parliament, I've been advocating for it, that Banjul needs a significant facelift. And what I mean by that is, though the local councils have to give dividend back to the society, basically, from from the dividend that they're earning. However, I think that is quite insignificant to be able to make certain, high-level projects. I think it's high time that government partners with the local council to make sure that some of these projects that I'm about to list be realized. Because basically, it's the only capital city that I would say it's only functionable around 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. After 4 p.m., it's like a dead city, basically. Nothing seems to work. All shops are closed. Everyone moves to the combos, So I think it's high time government thinks around area of, recreational centers. I've said this even in the recent Meet the People store when I was given the podium to speak. I reiterated that, Banyulians are really in need of a recreational hub whereby at least people can go for leisure. And this can also be a means whereby revenue can be derived from it. Also, when it comes to housing, I've been really ignited when I heard the Minister of Local Government say that there's a housing scheme that would soon be introduced. And I posted him a question because he mentioned affordable housing. So we were questioning, is it low-cost housing? Because that's what we need. And there's a big difference between the two, basically. You understand? Because affordable housing, when you use affordable housing, it can be, it can only of people that are in the average sector or above. But when we talk of low-cost housing, we are talking of people that are like rock bottom, people that are, living from hand to mouth, basically. And these are people that are part of society. So we need a low-cost housing, not affordable housing. And when that comes, Honorable Speaker, we would really like government to really factor Banjul in this case. I know that it's a national scheme, it's for everybody, but also Banjulians are really crying for something like that, because most of the people that we interact with that are Banjulians, most of them are moving to the combos, not willfully, basically, but because of housing and, space constraints and some other, unforeseen things that are erupting. So we know that these things are really not cost effective. It's a very high stake project, basically, from government, but we are just begging your indulgence to look into these areas and factor Banjul as a priority area when these things come up. Because we've seen it in a lot of countries. If you go to China, you'll go to a rural area, basically, and you'll see, 2 flats housing 500 people or so. That will redirect a lot of people from, even the combos coming back to Banjul. And when they come back, it increases commerce. It increases communal, business transactions as well, and somehow it will augment our, our revenue base somehow. So, and Banjul has always been, His Excellency, the Vice President, is a Banjulian. So maybe we are young, but he knows how Banjul used to be. Everyone knows each other. So we want that Banjul back, Your Excellency. So once you take the stage, I would like you to at least give us a hint with regards to that. Yes. Yes, thank you. So, Honorable Speaker, last but not the least, when it comes to the budget, Honorable Speaker, we have a local fund of 37 billion, grants of 12 billion, and loans of 2 billion. And I could remember I posted an oral question to the Honorable Minister of Finance, I think sometime this year, during our first ordinary session, that I was a bit appalled if we are not running into a debt distress. And his answer was, very comforting, basically. But have seen that have actually proven him wrong, because he released a statement just not a while ago saying that currently we are going through a debt distress. So yes, so but we'll applaud him for coming, because he always gives us facts when he comes to the chambers, and that's what we want, because most of us here, we usually follow issues, and the reason why most of my questions go to the Minister of Finance is because we are the ones who distribute the public coffers, basically. So we have to be very acquainted with where our money is going, and to also make sure we follow up and scrutinize the issues properly. And just a couple of days ago, we approved a $30 million loan, Honorable Speaker, for some of the pavements and other side roads with regards to the OIC project, Honorable Speaker. We have a 11 billion budget deficit, Honorable Speaker. So my concern is, though roads are very important, but the timeliness of it also would be a question I would really like the Honorable Minister to shed light on, because what we are having hardly fits our budget, basically. And then we are going out again and seeking for more loans. It's really concerning, Honorable Speaker. And currently we are going through a debt distress, and people are really concerned of how really the ministry will be able to maneuver over things, to be able to make sure that everything goes accordingly. So we are a bit concerned, and it's a public discourse currently. Everyone is talking about it. And at the level of the assembly, sometimes our hands are a bit tied. We are representing people who do not usually understand the technicalities of certain issues. But we have the documents, we go through the documents. Somehow, we don't have any choice but to make these approvals. So we're just pleading to the Honorable Minister and his ministry to make sure that, due prudence is done when it comes to fiscal sustainability. Because just taking money, and most members here, we are querying with regards to the poor harvest season this time around, especially on granite. You understand? So it's like we are not really having value for money. Because when you take a loan, you have to invest it in something that will yield dividend, and then you'll be able to use the money and then repay back your loans. So currently it's like we're taking loans, and then we're having issues which will appall us to take more loans. So these are things that are really a cause of concern. And I think as a parliament going forward, we have to also increase our level of scrutiny with regards to the ministries, with regards to where our monies are going, to be able to at least be able to, sometimes not all of our people, the people that we represent, not all of them are acquainted with what's going on, but sometimes you meet people who are really following issues, and they will sometimes ask you very tough questions with regards to budget and all those things. And you have to give answers because you are representing them. So I think these are areas that we also have to look into. So finally, Honorable Speaker, this is for the Assembly and all the ministers and every Gambian. This is the first reading of the promulgation draft constitution, promulgation bill 2024. Next session, 2025, the first ordinary session, will be a very busy time for us all. I'm just begging indulgence to everyone to look into this constitution with an open mind, not to look at it from a political perspective or whatever, because we have a nation to build. And collectively, I think we definitely wouldn't let this bill die out like the last time. I think this time around, we should really set a huge example to show Gambians that this parliament means business, and that when it's time to come together to forge an ultimatum on something, we can come together with an open mind and to make sure we give the people what they want, basically. So on that note, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul Central. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to thank the Vice President and the Honorable Ministers who are around. And Honorable Speaker, I will go straight to the points that I want to deliberate on. Honorable Speaker, I first of all want to thank the Minister of Finance for tabling a very good budget for us. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance, since assuming office, I have seen a lot of increment in the revenue of the country. And I know this can only be achieved through the reforms you come with. These are good reforms because we all know we are collecting this more because of the reforms that we get into. That is the digital collection, like the Asikuda and even the SIPCA, the recently SIPCA, the introduction of the SIPCA. And also I learned that also revenue assurance for the telecoms is also around. This will all help us to at least collect more revenue for the country. Because we have seen, because of the collection, we have come up with this 30% increment and the 100% increment on allowances. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is doing well. By looking at this 2024 for GRA to collect almost $20 billion is appreciated. And then we can see every year their revenue collection is going higher. So we want to use this opportunity to commend the minister with his staffs at the Ministry of Finance. May Allah bless all of you. Honorable Speaker, this 30% increment, we need to welcome it, support the ministry, because we all know if our people receive money in their pockets, we will all be happy. So we should join hands with the ministry to at least work together and support them whenever they are in this parliament, because they are here for the betterment of our own people, the people that we represent. If you look at it now, it is saying nobody will go home with less than $6,000. Your take home will not be less than $6,000. Yes, that's true. Honorable Willie, stay away, please. Honorable Willie, that's the truth. Yes, no, don't worry. Maybe he knows he wants to deviate. He's fond of that. Yes, this is something that we should all be happy about, and then to applaud GRA with the ministry for this collection, because it can only be done because they are collecting more revenue every year. And then we have seen roads construction from our own local fund, which has never been the case. If you see today, the Kabada Road is funded from the local fund. So we are happy. The people of Kabada are happy. And then we were told phase 1 of that work will be completed by 2025. Then they will move to the other side of the phase 2. And all this can be done when the funds are available. And then I believe with this digital collection, we have seen a lot of increment in our budget. Honorable Speaker, to the Ministry of Energy, there were villages in my constituency measurements were done in those villages that they were supposed to be electrified. But my people are asking me a question now that I cannot answer, and I believe the minister is here to answer. They are asking when is this electrification project going to start in these villages? This is some villages in Jara West. I said, okay, I will use this opportunity to ask the minister, when are they going to commence to electrify these villages? Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, we thank the government of the day and MRC Holland Foundation for giving us a senior secondary school in Misira.
This was a challenge because all the villages that were on the other side of the Jara or LRR has to travel far to have senior secondary education. But now the school, this last September, it was, last May it was inaugurated, and then, classes have started this last September. But Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, I know you are new in the position, but they say government is continuity or positions are continuity. I know you will be able to help us because they are telling me SIG was not factored for that senior secondary school. So, and then if they don't have their SIG, it will be very difficult for the school to run their normal education system. And I was made to know also they have challenge on textbooks. For this year, I saw a lot of books were printed from the GPPC. I believe books shouldn't be a problem now. Hence, our own printing company printed a lot of books for senior secondary schools and upper basic schools. But the last time I visited the school, they had a challenge of textbooks. And I would want to know what is the level now. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture. We thank the Minister of Agriculture. I am from Saremusa, and then we are lucky to have one garden from the Giraffe Gardens. And then the last time we were told contracts were given for the commencement of work on those gardens. But Honorable Speaker, or Honorable Minister, until now, there is nothing done there. I contacted CPCU with the minister. I was told contracts were given, but until now, I know it's procurement issues, but then even the people from CPCU attest that the contractor should start the job now. And I'm seeing a lot of failures in these projects sometimes emanate from contractors. The contractors, they are the people who contribute in the failures of most of these projects. Something that should be done, you drag it for years. When you want to start it, when the project is phasing out, you will not succeed in that project. So I will appeal to them to follow the contractor to see he has started the jobs on these Giraffe Gardens. Because it was since 2022, until now there is nothing done there. A monitoring team was there, they found out that the contractor, until now the contractor have done nothing there. So if something is not done on that, we will see a failure, and that is not why this project was in the Gambia. So let's follow the contractor and see the implementation, the job that he has to do in those gardens is done at the right time. I know it's late, but if he's pushed at the moment, we are still in the time frame. Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of Health. Honorable Minister of Health, I sent a question last time on the Saremusa health post. I said this is a health post that deal with almost 15 to 16, 20 communities. Because this health post is at the Kabada corridor, and people come from different villages to receive their medication or to, have hospital attendants to see them at that health post. But with that large crowd of people who are coming there, if you come to the health post, It is underdeveloped. We need the help post to be developed, at least to have standard rooms, standard waiting set, also a maternity room, and a room for antenatal care is important there because it's reduced the burden to the Soma District Hospital. Honorable Speaker, this health post is not fenced. I have to thank the villagers there because through their contribution, they were able to build a house for the nurses who are posted there, and they built a waiting set for the people. But because of they don't have that muscles to build more, they still want the government to put more attention in this health post. Honorable Speaker, I still have to thank the government because if you see this year's budget, you have increment in a lot of sectors, and these are very, very important sectors. If you go to the Ministry of Gender, Women Enterprise Development Fund is increased from 10 million to 15 million because we have seen how this money is yielding dividend to our women in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you go to support of victims of gender-based violence, the government is concerned on this matter. There is another increment again on that budget line. And for people living who are differently able, the government is really taking care of these people. So we need to join hands and help this government to move this country where they want. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to come and wrap up. But before I wrap up, I have to appeal to everyone in this country. Somebody has defined what is a democracy in this Holland chamber. But people have to accommodate each other. We can do our politics outside, but please let's stay away from politics here. And also, in our political gatherings, let's always be careful in telling people what is happening in this chamber. When you are in a political gathering, you tell them a different scenario that is not happening in this chamber. Let's stop misleading the people. We are trusted and we are brought here by our people. So whatever we speak outside need to be the truth, has to be the truth. But let's not try to pain each other and you want to clean yourself. It will not work. We respect each other when we see each other here. But if you are outside, you want to behave otherwise, people can also behave that way, which is. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, my time is up. I want to stop here. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Jara West. Honorable members, I saw some members yawning and others looking directly at me. I know it's time for lunch, but lunch is not ready. It's not yet here. We are in touch with the kitchen. Immediately we are informed, we will adjourn for you to go for lunch. Please. Especially our friends from that end. Honorable, I now invite the Honorable Member for Woodley East. 1034.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we did not have the opportunity to debate over the Honorable Minister's statement, budget speech. But we had some observations during that time. And I would just thank him for the statement and then come up with the observation I have on mining. Honorable Speaker, we are informed that mining will grow by 0.8%. And that is the industrial sector will grow by 0.8%. But I always have my reservations on that. Because if you look at it, you will see that mainly it is construction, which actually is growing. The other sectors of the industrial sector is not really growing. If we minus the construction growth or the gains of construction, we'll see that the industrial sector, other areas are almost zero. So everything must be done to ensure that the mining sector should not stay dormant. Because we call it black sand, but it's not just black sand. That black sand is minerals. So we need to really look into it, what type of arrangement can we do, not just royalties, but to be able to accrue income from it. Honorable Speaker, I would move to the SOEs. The SOEs are really lagging behind. And we keep on saying that if the SOEs really do their part and pay dividend to the state, our budget can even be balanced. But we see that the SOEs are not moving. And if you look at it, PURA has a role to play, very important role to play, especially when it comes to the GSMs. But we wonder what PURA is doing with the GSMs. Because everybody is complaining about GSMs. You buy credit, and then you are told by this time your credit will expire, whether you use it or not. I was in other countries, when you buy credit, you go back there 3 months, your credit is still in your phone, you can still use it. Here you buy credit, they say, well, within this time, if you don't use it, it is expired. Why? That needs to be regularized. Also, from one GSM to another one, you call this one, it's a different tariff. You call this other one. Why don't we standardize them? Why don't we harmonize them? So you take only one phone along. You don't have to take 3, 4, 5 phones in your bag just because you are concerned about the different tariffs. So we need to really look at that and see that they are harmonized. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about agriculture. The groundnut is failing. Everybody complains, including myself. Groundnut has failed this year. And we have already projected the growth for agriculture to something like 4 or 5% growth. But we've seen that groundnut, which is the main crop that everybody depends on, is already failed. I think from what I hear from all the members, it's not just in Woodley, but it's everywhere where it failed. So why did it fail? The committee chair is looking at his phone, but you should take it up. It's not just about rain did not come at the right time or there is variation in rain, but there may be other factors. And you should not shy away from looking into those factors to tell us why things are going, why other crops are doing and then groundnut is not doing. There must be a reason. And we are talking about the fertilizer. I see here is 35,000 tons, 1,000 tons to vegetable growers, etc., etc. If you calculate that, how many farmers do we have? How many vegetable growers do we have? It is becoming clear that if you don't use fertilizer in your farm, you will not have a good produce. Because people are not doing much following now. They are dependent on fertilizer. So we have to look at really whether that amount that we have distributed to the farmers is sufficient or not. Honorable Speaker, we go into salaries. I think I go by what the Sabak Sanjal member has said. that what he is concerned about is salaries. And what I'm also concerned about is salaries. If you give me an allowance to pay fuel to go to Basse, to go and see my constituency, you don't count that in my, as my income. Because if you count it, I'm going to use it. Maybe I've been even adding some to that amount to buy fuel to go to Basse and come. So don't count that as part of my income. What you give to me as my salary is my salary. That's what I take for. Consider that. So if you give me $3,000, for example, $3,833, and then you ask me to pay 10% as income tax, you have given me, but you have taken it again. You've given me $4,667, and you've taken 20% or 15% from that. See how much are you going to take? 4,440. You give me 5,500, and then you take 20% of that. Then you have $4,500. Huh? Similarly, if you give me $6,250, you are taking 25% of that. So when you take 25% of that, what is left also, you have to think about the inflation that has taken place. Let's take an example of rice. A bag of rice from 2017 to date has doubled almost. It has doubled and added something to it. Almost 120% inflation on rice. And that is the major commodity that people are using. So if you think that you've given me an 80% increase in salary, but inflation has gone up to 120% of the rice, then you have given me, yes, but then inflation has taken it as well as your income tax. So we have to look at that when we are doing this calculation. When we do that, we will understand that by these small increments, it will never go to any level to be able to eradicate anybody's difficulty. Honorable Speaker, we can move on to the asset recycling. Non-tax. Non-tax. We have to do everything to increase the income from non-tax by investing. You go to the bridge, the Senegambia Bridge. We are told that we will receive 3.5 billion from the Senegambia Bridge. But we are also told that 1.8 billion will be for roads. But then we are informed again that out of that 1.47 billion will go to the facility itself. And that is a new facility, just built. So if you put 1.4 there, what is 1.4 billion going to do in that? Maybe a car has knocked one or two places. Are you going to put the 1.47 there? We need roads. Everywhere you go to in this country, we need roads. So why don't we plow this 1.4? But if you take 1.47 from 1.488 billion, you are left with only 41 million. What can 41 million do? How many roads are going to build them? Maybe it's going to be maintenance of roads. So we need to look at that. That is one area I'm very concerned about. I think that 1.47 billion to go to the facility itself, I think that is on the high side. Secondly, why is this government running away from or shying away from bringing agreements, international agreements relating to finance to this house for ratification? Why? Why are they shying away? You've made an international agreement. We agree. It's the role of the president to make those agreements. But they must come to this house for ratification. Otherwise, they are not lawful. And don't hide behind the FI, financial instructions, because the Constitution is supreme. The Constitution is saying, come here. You are saying, the FI, instructed us. No, that is not something that we will take. The agreement should come here. And if the agreement does not come here, the agreement, the asset recycling agreement on the Senegambia Bridge should come here for ratification. And I know last year it was put there. I queried. This year too, it is put there. I am querying again. And if we come back again, we will continue to query until it comes here. And if it does not come here, it will go into the record books. What is this type of thing? Honorable Speaker, On petroleum and energy, the people on the ground, rural people, definitely appreciate the rural electrification that is taking place there. But when you are implementing projects, there must be a portion where you are going to compensate people who are going to be affected by that project. A lot of farmlands are being affected by the rural electrification project. So the ministers should be able to help us. Are you going to compensate those people whose farmlands have been destroyed because of that? You put poles and make big holes, drill big holes in those farmlands and put poles there. Are you going to compensate them? They are clamoring that they should be compensated. Order.
Point of order. Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker, in the statement, we are told that $1,000 is given to people with disabilities. People with disabilities, $1,000. What can 1,000 do for somebody who is disabled? Let's be honest to ourselves. If that is a pilot, that is a wrong start. It's a non-starter. That needs to be improved. We need to respect our disabled people. They are a part of us. They are part and parcel of us. They are human beings like ourselves. Some of them even have families. They have children going to school. So we need to really augment the 1,000. 1,000 is too small to go to a farmhouse, a family house, and say, you are a disabled person, here is $1,000. And you call that social protection. There is no that's charity. Even charity, you will not give that to somebody. So let's look into that and improve it. The gender ministers should definitely look into that to ensure that that is augmented. That's what we will do. You talk about democracy here, Honorable Speaker. People should be tolerant. We need tolerance, not only from the opposition, but from the ruling party as well. Anybody who gets up here and talk about, you want to say something about that, a lot of noise is behind me here. You don't understand. A lot of noise. A lot of noise. Unnecessary noise. Huh? Because of intolerance. We are doing all these things here, but because the intolerance is too much. Huh? You would go around your whole country and talk about the opposition. And opposition, some of the opposition will not even respond to you. But when an opposition mentions NNP, even in this house, it is a big palaver. Why? Because of intolerance. Intolerance. Huh? So, Honorable Speaker, we must be tolerant to each other. We all have different opinions. We must be listening to each other. But don't say, because this is what I want to hear. And all these struggles so that we will not debate the budget is all about intolerance. Because we are afraid of debate. Why are you shying away from debate? Debate produces knowledge. With debate, you produce knowledge. Since we are producing knowledge, let's have debate. That is the best thing to do. Don't you see all the reaction from the deputy? It's all about intolerance. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Honorable members, as he was coming to the close of his speech, even myself, I could not hear him. Members were talking every corner. And that was what he was crying. It's important that we exercise restraint and be tolerant. Back yourselves with facts and you will win. Please. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bundunkakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to thank the Vice President and the ministers who are here with us for us to, collaborate
and negotiate so that at least we can move this country forward. Basically, we are all representative of the Gambian people, and this seat here should be respected. Even if you don't have manners, but the moment you enter inside this chamber, you should put that away and respect the people that you represent. Because we can behave anyhow. So, but as far as I am concerned, as the representative of Bundung, the first day I was elected, the good people of Bundung advised me, please respect our seat. This is why I always try to behave myself, but I can be otherwise, especially if you touch somebody who is very close to me, my leader or whatever. We are talking about law here, and these laws are made by human beings. We have the Quran, and the Quran said, respect your leaders, be obedient to them. So what are we doing? At the end of the day, sometimes when it doesn't favor you, you start advocating. They are not doing the right thing. So, for that being the case, Honorable Speaker, I will still reiterate that as far as the seat of Bundung is concerned, I will respect it because of them. Even though I have an attitude, I will reserve that. So, Honorable Speaker, just to also participate in the adjournment debate, I must thank the government of the Gambia under the leadership of President Adam Barrow for definitely responding to our call as far as our community is concerned, that is Bundu. When I came here, it was very challenging in the area of road, water, our health sector, that is the Bundu Maternal and Child Health Hospital. But so far, so good. All have been solved. The Bundung Highway now that we were advocating every time, today is a first-class road with street light. And currently, there is another project that is also ongoing, that is the Bundung Safidin through London road is also ongoing. And this is something that we must commend the government of the Gambia for bringing such development to our community. So for the water issue, I must thank the Minister of Energy and Petroleum. We've been working together since I was a councillor. Now today he's the minister. We all know the water issue in Bundung. But today, honorable members, because whatever I talk about, I normally talk about here, I always bring it to the floor of the House. So it is very important for me to update you as my honorable colleagues, for you to know that as far as the time we were advocating for this water issue, it was too much. But today, alhamdulillah, NAWEC, they were able to install a special borehole, which they connect to the Bundung network. Now the water shortage has been improved very well. So we must thank the minister and NAWEC for definitely coming to our aid, because all what we were advocating is not for anything. We just want something good for our people. This is why we are here. So, and we are always collaborative in terms of any support that we may want to do with anybody. So as far as the community of Bundung is concerned, we are grateful to the government. And equally also,
to our municipality, that is KMC, there are a lot of road networks that are ongoing. In fact, most of them are finished. So we will thank the government for definitely, at least bringing so many road network in KM. Because today, if you travel within, you can see a lot of road network. And the thing is, these roads are very important economically, because even time, in some countries, the time is money. So the moment you have good road, it can definitely help you to, at least meet your time. So for that being the case, Honorable Speaker, with all what we have, now the central government has given us the road. So the maintenance and the preservation of the roads is now the responsibility of the community and the area councils that are within, yes, area council, that is the KMC. So I'm appealing to the Ministry of Works, local government, to engage the local council so that at least the cleanliness of our roads are maintained. Because they cannot give you such a road and you allow it to be like anyhow. So at the level of the community, as far as Bundu is concerned, we are also going to play our part in terms of negotiating with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that we have permanent cleaners along that road. So to the Minister of Interior, we will also appeal after the total completion of the road, for them to come. We work as a community to see how best we can talk to the drivers and arrange a parking space. When I say parking, because right now the nature of the road, like if there is double parking, is always very tight. So whether we'll just identify one side of the road to be a parking space, where in other side nobody should. So, but that one we need the police, so that at least we can discuss that. Because for Bundu, we are always open for development, and we are very cooperative and collaborative. So this is why we are calling on any government agency. If you want to pilot any project, bring it in Bundu and you'll succeed. On the area of the water thing, Honorable Minister of Energy and Petroleum, right now, we've paid almost about 29 service connections, but currently there is no meter, and it's almost 1 year now. So we are appealing to the ministry to at least engage NAMEC, so that at least they can bring these meters, not only for Bundung, but for the general, for the entire Gambian people, because there are a lot of people who have paid and still now they don't have a meter. And I don't think that will help you in terms of your revenue generation. Honorable Speaker, to the Minister of either Finance, Works, like the street, I want to talk about this street light management. I want to know who is responsible for all this public street light. In a sense where if it has a problem, where you can go directly and knock so that they can take care of the street light. Because sometimes, we all know, sometimes some of these street lights will be down and it will take a number of days without maintaining them. So I think we need to work on that. And equally also, we have public street lights. If we are taking this south bank, going towards Fonyi End, you'll see public street light, but still you have community initiative street light under the public street light, which I don't feel, whenever I see it, I don't feel very happy about it, because meaning the public street light is faulty. Nothing has been done, but the community decided to initiate their own street light and put it there, and they are paying those street lights as far as their village communities are concerned.
So I think we need to work together to see how best we can have people who are responsible for the maintenance of our street light across the country, so that at least there will be some fair deal, because the amount of money going to this street light management, especially in the area of their bills, is huge, because this 2025, I think 50 million was allocated. So this is why, in fact, there was a recommendation that if, the Minister of Finance can start thinking about trying to transform this thing into solar system. So I think which is very important. So to the Minister of Environment, Climate Change, actually the canal project along Abuko to Manjai, I don't know how far it is, but we definitely want this project to be, we want you to fast track the project, because right now, every year, people along that stream, they are prone to, flood and other stuff. So far, so good. We've been talking to them about this project, but it's like we just want to have something in place so that at least we can address that. Honorable Speaker, to the Local Government Act, the review of the Local Government Act, councils are talking about it, they are complaining about it and stuff like that. So we want the Ministry of Local Government to work with relevant stakeholders or donors to ensure that at least this Local Government Act is, they bring it as soon as possible, so that at least some of the issues that are really affecting the local areas can be addressed. Because it's not only area councils, but the act should reflect to the needs of the people living within the municipality or area councils. So, and which I think is very, very important. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, this is a country and we have to develop this country. But the development doesn't mean that you have to stand there. Whatever is good, you don't want to see it. But even if you do 1%, somebody does 10%, you don't want to appreciate the 10%, but the 2% that you do, you want people to appreciate it. What is important here is we must have to understand that we are working for the Gambian people. At the end of the day, political parties are springboard where you can be, and at the end of the day, you go campaign, people appreciate your whatever, they elect you. But the moment they elect you, you should respect the Gambian people. This is why whenever I sit here, I look at that progress, peace, and prosperity. I think when we try to see this, we should always try to remind ourselves as a Gambian and as a representative of the people. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I want to also appeal to the Minister of Finance and to all the ministries. We have passed the budget. Now let's try by all means, whatever we put in that budget, especially in the area of development, we try to implement it so that the ordinary Gambian can definitely feel the impact of the budget. On that note, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bundunga Kunda. Honorable members, I think lunch is ready. And it's just about 15:04. I think we can go for lunch, pray, and then be back by 4 o'clock. Is that okay? Honorable members, is that okay? But please, we have a list of names, and please, let's try to be back on time so that we don't have to be here without a quorum. So the House stands suspended until 1600 hours.